So recently, this video went viral on social media. It's basically a woman who stated that she's in a relationship with a man, asked to move in with him, and he basically told her that she could live in her car. So I don't know the full story, but we're gonna watch it together, as well as a series of follow-up videos that she added. And then I'm gonna press pause and play and give you guys my thoughts, my opinion on this entire situation.
So I ghosted my boyfriend on New Year's Eve, and I have not spoken to him since. Before I get into this, I just want to say that me and my boyfriend, we have been together for a year. Well, almost a year, 11 months. A year on February 2nd, we will have been together. Okay? My boyfriend is also 34, grown man. He also is a homeowner, has a pretty good job, and also has a business that he's starting. So let's start there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could definitely start there. And I don't know what's up with the New Year's breakups in the air. You know, the last person I talked about, she got dumped, and then this person breaking up with their boyfriend New Year's. I don't know. I guess they took that New Year, new me, literally. But what she said about this guy, he sounds like a good guy on paper. Sounds like he's structured, motivated, to be able to have business, home, a job, all that at his age. I mean, so far, I mean, he seems like a good guy. I'm not sure.
So recently, I obviously, like you all have known, I have become unemployed, and I have not been able to find a job. I have put in like 30 applications a day. I've got nothing, like barely even an interview. I've gone on 2 interviews. So I've been literally struggling, and I no longer have the funds to afford these bills. Okay. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna keep it together for this. I'm not gonna get.
I mean, I feel that because like inflation is high. Okay, everything costs a lot of money. So I mean, yeah, I feel that.
Stressed out. I no longer have the funds to afford these bills. It's something so crazy about having hundreds of thousands of dollars one day and then the next day having nothing. But that's what's going on right now. And so I am vulnerable with my man, and I go, hey, I'm gonna need to like stay with you for a little while I get myself together. Like, I don't have anything on the rent. And so I'm gonna need to move with you while I get myself together. Mind you, I said he has his own house, his own 3-bedroom apartment in a nice neighborhood. He also has a best friend. His best friend lives with him, mind you, and has been living with him for however many years he's like lived there, almost the whole time he's lived there. And so I'm like, if his best friend can live with him, why not his girlfriend, you know? So I'm like, hey, I need a place to stay. Which honestly, in hindsight, I shouldn't even have to ask for that. He knew I was struggling. He should have said, hey, let me take something off of your plate. Like, come stay with me so that you can breathe and get this. If he really cared about me, he would have said that, but he didn't. He sat.
All right, I want to stop right here for a second because so many things, right? She said that he owns his home, then she said apartment, maybe she just misspoke. It's a 3-bedroom and he lives there with one of his friends, right? So it's obviously like a kind of like roommate situation. And offering yourself up to be in that situation, I don't know, maybe this might be an unpopular opinion, but I don't think that that's the right way of going about doing things because nowadays these people can be together for a year, 2 years, and the relationship is not even serious. Okay, they're just dating to pass the time. It's not that serious. They don't know if they're going to get married. They don't know if they want to be together for the long haul. So already, just in my personal opinion, offering yourself up to go live with this person doesn't quite make sense to me. And even worse, because not because you met him and he was already living with someone means that you are now also entitled to that space. That doesn't make any sense to me.
He sat there and he watched me struggle and then watched me get to the point where I was like, hey, I just need a break. Like, I'm literally so depressed. I'm losing my mind. I can't find anything. Can you please help me? And he said, no. He said, no. He said, no, you cannot live with me. Mind you, living with him is free. It doesn't cost him anything. He said, no.
Living with him isn't free. Okay? Living with him is not free because that's extra water, that's extra electricity, that, the light bill, all that, AC, that is extra on him. And again, this might be an unpopular opinion, but people have the right to say that you cannot live with them in their home if they don't want you to be able to do that. Let's keep hearing.
I can't live with him. At first, he goes, "Oh, I like that we have our own places to retreat to when we get into our arguments." And wrong answer. Number one, when we get into arguments, we never leave. Like, we stay in the same room and we continue to talk it out until we work it through, which I think is a really good habit that we have and a really good green flag that we have in our relationship. Yes, we get into arguments. So does everyone. Yes, do I lose my cool? I'm a woman, but I.
Girl, hold up now. Hold on, girl. Hold on, girl. Hold on. Because while there's so many people, rushing and aiding to this woman's side, I have to point out the divots in the story that's not really adding up. And first of all, being together for a year and having so many frequent arguments that you have to work through is also, that's a big issue, because y'all that's supposed to be the honeymoon, everything is good, butterflies and right, like that's supposed to be the happy time. First of all, second point is that you saying that yes you lose your cool and blaming it on because you're a woman, that's nonsense, because that's not has nothing to do with you being a woman. That has to do with a lack of emotional intelligence, a lack of self-control, a lack of maybe maturity. So blaming it on the fact that you're a woman does not make any sense. Okay, so now I'm starting to see some of the reasons possibly why this man said no.
I rein it back in and we figure it out, and nobody goes home. So that's a weird thing to say. We've never even done that. Second of all, that's like a problem to me, not a solution. When we get into arguments, we should not be leaving, because what happens when we get married? There's no way to go. We both live in the same house. So maybe that's not a good habit to start.
Your future is at your fingertips. Take advantage of the flexibility and diversity of futures trading with NinjaTrader, the #1 rated futures broker. Start trading futures today.
People are always taking pics of me, but they're sleeping on who the real Muse is. Okay, Coco.
Being that we have not started yet, maybe let's not start that now. On our very first date, I told him that I wanted to be engaged within a year. I said, after a year, I want to be engaged. He said that's plenty of enough time for someone to know whether or not they want to get married or not. This is what he said. We have talked about it, I shit you not, probably 10 times throughout this year, and never once did he say, I don't think this is going well enough for that to be a realistic goal anymore. Never once did he say, hey, like, let's pump the brakes. I don't think that we're doing that well for it to get to that. So I'm thinking we're doing well, we're on schedule. After a year or year and a half, we'll probably get engaged.
Did he have to tell you that you guys were not doing well enough? Or like, were the arguments, the frequent arguments that you guys were having, like that should have been the biggest indicator to you yourself? And this is something that a lot of women do, right? A lot of women will, get into arguments with their man, disrespect him, cross certain boundaries, cross certain lines, and then expect him to still view them the same exact way that they viewed them from the quote unquote first date, when they had this, this amazing conversation of what their relationship should be like. That was before he endured anything with you. So of course he's going to have a certain idea of, yeah, sure, that sounds like enough time. But now when you're all these months in, you guys are arguing still and going through these ebbs and flows. I think it would go without saying that maybe you guys are not ready to make that step. Not because you've been with somebody for a certain time period on a calendar means that they're supposed to hurry up and propose to you within a time frame. That's foolishness. That's the reason why a lot of people are getting divorced. They rush in the brush.
And he goes, I don't think I want to live with someone again until I'm married to them. Which is some new boundary that he literally just made up, because he's never said that the whole time we've been together. And I go, maybe it's not a good idea that you live with someone after you already got married to them, because what if you guys are not compatible to live together and you don't know that until after you're already married? Then what?
But you just made that up too. People change, opinions can change, ideas can change. You guys are in the dating stage. You have the right to change, rearrange your thoughts, rearrange your, non-negotiables, your principles, your standards. You have the ability to do that because you are not committed to this person for a lifetime. While you are in that stage, you are able to say, I thought that this was a good idea. Now I don't think this is a good idea. And I don't want to say too much. I want to let this story play out. But again, all these things is going back to like, you can't force this man to allow you to live in his house with him if he does not want to. If the shoe was on the other foot, women would have a whole different conversation based off of how this story is going.
That's really dumb, actually. And so I'm like, okay, that's a completely new thing, but granted, it's been a year. We set our goal for a year. Are we going to get married? And he goes, no, that was your goal. Since when was this my goal?
You said, hold on now, shouting. You said on the first date, you told him. That would mean that this was your goal, not his goal. Yours.
It was my goal, but like, I thought we were in agreement because you never said that we weren't in agreement. Clearly, I made all this up in my head, and this was never a goal. I just thought it was a goal because I continuously talked about it, and he never said that it was unrealistic. As a matter of fact, he said the quite opposite, that it was a realistic goal to have, and never once, as we neared to the end of that year, did he ever say, hey, I don't think we're close to being married.
Did he propose? I mean, if you said a year, did he propose to you? Did he take you ring shopping? Like, people can talk about a lot of things. There's a lot of people who talk about the fact that they want to lose weight, right? But they be on the couch, they be eating potato chips, they be, they're not going to the gym, they're not prioritizing, healthy meal choices. Like, people can say a lot of things. And just because you talked about it a lot doesn't mean that that was going to force him into making a decision that you wanted him to make. Just being honest.
So imagine my surprise when he says, I don't think we're close to being married. We still have things to figure out. Because a couple of nights ago, I got super irritated at him and yelled at him and told him to leave my house. And apparently that's enough of a reason for him to be like, whoa, I don't want to marry her.
That is. Why are we so confused? And you know what I can't get is the women in the comment section who's like, oh, yes, sis, you're too good for him. And this, like, why is it that we never listen to the story in totality? It's like when the women hear, a woman going off about a man, like they will just get into it and just completely defend the woman and not listen to the words that this woman is saying. A couple of days ago, you ran this man about your house. Okay, you told him to get to step in, kick rocks, and now ironically you were put into a position where now that same place that you kicking him out of, you actually need to find refuge in his house. And he's like, nah, because you're not going to be in my house throwing me out, and I'm not going to get into an argument with you, have you bring all your stuff into my home and you live here.
Brought to you by Rogue. What is that?
Work, Tom! Work faster! Do you want to be the best?
I want to be the best.
And I got to put you out on the street. Like, no, I'd rather you find other ways to go about that than for me to stand here and take you in when you just threw me out a couple days ago. Like, what's not clicking?
Wow.
All right. So yeah, and so I said, hey, I'm actually scared that I'm going to be homeless because I said I'm actually thinking I'm going to be homeless because I don't have a job and bills keep coming and I can't do it no more. I'm tapped out of resources, and I think I'm gonna end up, if you don't let me live with you, I'm going to end up in my car, living in my car, something like being actually homeless. And he goes, well, plenty of millionaires have lived in their car before.
You know what happened is, I'm going to tell you what happened. Now that I hear this situation, he didn't literally mean that this woman should go live in her car. He was like, you're not going to force my hand. I can guarantee that. Okay? I don't know this man. I don't know from nowhere, but I can guarantee his ideology is, you're not going to force my hand. You threw me out a couple days ago. You're trying to force your way into my house. You're trying to tell me, I got all these extra bedroom. I got an extra bedroom and you could stay there. You're putting yourself into a place. You're trying to tell me that we need to be married. you're not going to force this on me. So what I'm going to do, you're trying to bait me by saying you're going to be homeless, I'm going to throw it right back at you. That's what I believe he did. He like, oh, okay, you want to play this game of you going to live in your car, you're going to be homeless? All right, cool. So, do that. Y'all could let me know in the comments if you think I'm accurate, but that's my opinion. I strongly believe that that's where his standpoint is, because a lot of women use different manipulation tactics when trying to get their way, and he caught it and threw it right back at her. And when he did that, she was dumbfounded. Okay, dumbfounded. Also, where's your mom? Like, you have any family, any home friends? Like, that's the only person you could call? I highly doubt that.
What? So basically he said, yeah, no, I'm not going to help you. I'm sorry that you're dealing with this. I know it's hard, but basically he told me that you never really do have anybody to depend on, and you come alone in this world, and you are your own person, and you should be your number one priority because nobody else is going to be dependable, which I translated to, he is not someone I can depend on. Why would I ever marry someone that I can't depend on? I'm a dependable person. I've had friends that I've let stay with me, that I've given a place to stay for free, that I've been able to like say, hey, you can lean on me. Like, don't worry about nothing. Take a break. I got you.
So why you don't call them same friends back? Why you don't call them back? Why are you putting pressure on a relationship to hurry up and be something that it's not?
So I can be dependable to my friends. You can be dependable to your girlfriend. It's not a crazy concept. Yeah, we do come in this world alone, but relationships are the whole reason of everything. You should be able to depend on the people around you, on your community. They should be people that you can say, hey, you do owe a responsibility to the people you love and the people you care about. And apparently he doesn't think that way, and I don't think I can be in a relationship with someone who doesn't think that way. And so I decided that I kind of ghosted him. I just stopped talking to him, and I probably will never speak to him again. That really turned me off. And yeah, that's why I broke up with my boyfriend, because he said it was okay that I'd be homeless. I should be homeless while he goes home to his 3-bedroom house in a nice hip neighborhood and rubs his feet together under his nice comforter set, his nice sheet set, and watches his 70-inch TV on the wall.
I think, I'm just going to give you guys my opinion. I think that she thinks she's the one who broke up with him. I don't think that she really gets the narrative that he's coming with. I don't think so.
Twiddles his thumbs together while I'm out in my car in the cold, talking about he's going to get me a blanket for Christmas so I don't be cold. You won't get you a blanket for Christmas. I don't even.
The thing is, right, she lost her job. A lot of people, you know, are having issues finding new jobs or whatever, you know, just the climate that we're in. Stuff is expensive. Bills are high. You know, what you could get at the grocery store for $2.99 a couple years ago is now like maybe $6-7. So I completely understand inflation and all that stuff. But just in my opinion, it comes across, this is just my opinion, you can have your own opinion, it comes across that you allowed all these things to falter.
You should switch to 1-800-CONTACTS because it's
super easy.
so cheap.
I saved shipping costs. I saved doctor office visit fees.
It was cheaper on 1-800-CONTACTS than actually going to the eye doctor.
1-800-CONTACTS.
Because you done been to his house, you see how he's living, you see how comfortable he is, and you were like, I can let all these things falter, I can get behind on these things, I could, you know, maybe spend money frivolously because he's gonna catch me and I'm gonna be living it up and not have to worry about finding a job. That's just how it comes across, and maybe that's the same way he took it too. Hence why he's like, no. So this is a follow-up video based off of that one going viral. She ended up coming back and having more conversation, I guess clearing certain things up. So let's hear what she has to say.
Okay, so I have come to clear my name, because it's getting crazy in the comments. I just want to answer some questions and clarify some things about the situation of, if you didn't watch the last video, basically my boyfriend said I should live in, it's okay that I be homeless, live in my car. and he wasn't gonna help me. I think this whole situation, I've just finished crying. This whole year has just been horrible for me, but y'all don't care. Let's get straight to it. So the roommate situation, when he moved in that house, people were asking me, how do I know it's his house?
Oh, I wanted to address this too, right? Because a lot of the people in the comment section was like, oh, you know, the guy who he lives with, who's his roommate, that's his real man. And basically trying to allude that this guy was into men and he actually wasn't into women. And that's why he, showed a lack of support for his girlfriend. And, this is nothing new, right? Before we get into whatever she was going to say, a lot of women have a hard time understanding that it's possible that a man just does not want to be with you, right? And so because they cannot fathom that men actually stand up for themselves and decide that they no longer want to be with you, they attack their masculinity or, their sexuality or whatever it is that they can just to deflect from the possibility that they might be the problem in relationships. But let's continue and listen to what she has to say.
I know it's his house because when I first even went to this house, he had like frames on the wall, like pictures of himself that he had blown up and put on the wall in the living room. Also, he has like pictures of when he bought the house, like holding a little, sold sign. When I asked him about why he had his best friend living with him, he told me that a little while after he had moved in, he had started to it was quiet. He didn't say he was lonely. He said that it was quiet. The house was too quiet. I don't know if he asked the best friend or the best friend asked him, but the best friend was there. Is he paying bills? People are asking me, is the best friend paying rent? I don't know, y'all. I know for sure that he's not paying utilities. I don't know if he's paying rent or not. He's also not the only person that lives in that house, okay? He has this Asian guy that is living with him in the third bedroom, because there's 3 bedrooms. When I first asked him, how does he know this Asian guy? He said that he was a friend of a friend. One of his friends, I think in DC or New York, something like that, had a friend who was moving to Charlotte for a job and needed a place to stay. That's what his original story was. When I asked him again, like when we were talking about the roommate situation and me feeling like, I don't think you should have roommates, you have a good job. He was saying like, oh, me and the Indian, we're good friends. We're really good friends. Him and the Asian guy, we're really good friends.
Obviously they're good friends, they live together, so it's easy for them to have, that person had to have been a friend of a friend and then they built a friendship. And it sounds like this guy is very financially literate, right? He owns his home. It looks to me, I could be wrong, but it looks to me that he's renting out both, bedrooms from his home to help him probably pay the mortgage. And even if he has a great job, it doesn't mean that he should be living above his above his means and allowing people to live off of him for free. That makes zero sense. It sounds like this man is very intelligent and he's like, okay, I'm gonna have these people help pay my mortgage for me. I don't mind, because maybe his homeboy was always at the crib and he's like, all right, cool, you have a room there. Instead of paying rent, you can go ahead and rent the room. Now we've got a third person renting the room. Makes sense to me. But ironically, when she first told the story, she made it seem like there was, this extra bedroom available or extra bedrooms available initially. And so she could just come and stay in this room, when in actuality, no, she wanted to be in the room with him. She wanted to bring her stuff and come right in the room with him and come take over the house with him. And he was like, absolutely not.
I don't know where they became really good friends, because at first he said that it was a friend of a friend. I don't know if he's a liar or, technically it's possible that he started off as a friend of a friend and became really good friends with him. But now he's telling me, oh, that's his really good friend. So here's when I realized that, and is the Indian man paying rent? I don't know, y'all. And these are probably questions I should have asked, but I didn't want to get too deep into his business. He's also super mysterious. Like, he answers questions in a way that makes me think that he don't want to answer them. So
Guys, please, stay with me. You didn't want to get too much in his business. Please pay attention. He answers questions like he doesn't want you to know the answer. And you didn't understand that marriage was not in the plan for you guys. Like, and if he doesn't have a certain type of trust in you and in your relationship, and he's not giving you information, and you don't feel comfortable to ask him certain information about his business, why did you feel comfortable enough to ask him if you could live with him?
here's when I realized that maybe it's not what I see. I was on Facebook scrolling. I found this like roommate group on Facebook of people posting like, I'm renting this room, and people who are looking to move into people's houses. I find this group. I already think y'all already know what's about to happen. I find this group. I'm scrolling in the group, looking at all the possibilities of people renting their rooms in Charlotte, because maybe I might be homeless, maybe I might need to rent a room. So I come across a house, and I'm like, hold on. I know this house. I've seen this house before.
Why are you still paying interest on your credit card balance when you don't have to? A balance transfer card with 0% APR means your payments go directly towards your balance and not interest. I checked Card Critics and they made it super easy to find the best.
This is his house. I clicked the profile. This is his name. So he's renting a room in his house for $1,000, utilities included. So I don't know if it's his best friend that's moving out or the Asian guy. I assume it's the Asian guy. His best friend is 40, mind you. And he's been living there for a while. I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. But I'm assuming that the Asian guy moved out. He never told me that the Asian guy was moving out. He never discussed this with me. I mean, it's not my house, but we had conversations about like if we're gonna get married. We can't get married if there's people living here. And he decided to omit that information. Why he decided not to tell me that the Asian guy was moving, I'm sure he had his reasons, but he never told me that. It was a big shock and surprise. When I texted him about it, he said, I said, is this your house? He said, oh, LOL, yeah, that's my house.
She wasn't looking for a possible room to rent. It's just my opinion. She went digging in his business to see what information she could find to try to prove to him that she had a right to come and stay in the extra room. Because in the original story, she said that there was an extra space available. She never mentioned this extra person who lived in the third bedroom, which means she already knew all this information before, hence why she approached him on the energy that she did, trying to basically force him to allow her to live there.
Whatever that means. Okay, so the other thing I want to speak on, because there's so much to say, and it's not even going to fit in this video either. So he's African, he's Ghanaian. A lot of people ask what ethnicity he was. He's African. He is currently in Africa. He left the day before Thanksgiving. He's been gone ever since. This is not the first time he's gone to Africa. When I said he has an okay job, I meant he has a good job. He makes 6 figures at his job. He's highly educated. He also has a business that he's starting on the side. He's doing, I don't want to tell you too much information because I don't want y'all to know who he is, because I don't know. And he's doing real estate. He's starting a real estate company in Ghana. He's there right now checking on the house that he's building to sell. He's building a house there to sell. He's gone to Ghana before. In like June to August, he went to Ghana. He said he was going to stay for a month. He stayed for 2.5 months. It created a significant strain in our relationship, but he came back, everything was fine. He decided to tell me that he was going to go to Ghana throughout the holiday season. I said, I don't think that's a good idea. This is our first holidays together. I think we should be together for our very first holidays. He tells me, no, I have to go. I have to go. I need to oversee some things that are going on with the project. It's way past due. The house has been supposed to be built. I need to be there. I'm thinking, what kind of things are they going to be doing over the holiday season? Like, it's freaking Christmas. What are they going to be doing? Like, what tools are you going to get in? People are going to be on break. But he said that he needed to be there to oversee some things. He did not take no for an answer. And then when I pushed him about it, he said, well, you get to see your family all the time. I want to go see my family. Now it becomes less of, I'm going to check on the house, and more of, I want to see my family.
He basically said that's not your business. He said it's not your business and you can't tell me what to do. Also, Christmas is one day. It's very possible he could be doing multiple things, but also he just did not want you in his business. And also, you know, just from my opinion, like, it seems like you're a little bit of a detective, okay? And maybe he also sensed that too and was like, I don't want you in such close proximity with me because you always asking some questions I don't want to answer. You always in the mix. You always trying to tell me what to do. And again, this is why I said in the beginning, she made it seem like she dumped this guy, not realizing that she's not the one who did that, okay? He made sure to let you know that he wasn't dealing with you like that. It was never that serious, and the relationship is done way prior to you, quote unquote, ghosting him.
Christmas. What he's really doing there, I don't know. Do I think that maybe he has a secret family there because people keep asking me that? I don't know, man. I don't know the damn thing. I'm focused on the bills, okay? I need somebody to pay these bills. I'm not concerned about if he has secret families in Ghana. He said he would be back before New Year's. Clearly he's a liar, so he's not here. He's still not here.
You need somebody to pay these bills, or you wanted him to pay those bills?
And I think that space, though, was what I needed to give me distance to be able to look at the relationship from a different point of view. Also, for the people that are asking me, why can't I just go live with my parents? My father is dead. He died to cancer when I was 12, and my mom is not really doing well. Also, I live in a completely different state than all my family lives in, and I don't even know if I have the funds to, like, travel to a different state. When we had the conversation about me moving in and I told him that I needed to move in with him, I asked him, y'all. I know I said in the video, but I asked him, I said if it was okay, and that's why he gave me the response that no, it's not okay. He ended up saying, like, we're not moving in until we're married, so if you're ready to get married, I'm ready to get married.
Wait, before that. I understand what happened to her dad, and I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry to hear that. Her mom's not doing well. Sorry to hear that as well. But is there no extended family, like aunts, uncle, cousin?
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual, so you only pay for what you need.
This is the apocalyptic nightmare you're in. Zombies approaching. You and two others rush into a dilapidated cabin. Hunger consumes you. The veteran shares his last beans, but the girl plants hers instead. Days pass. Tomato plants grow. You harvest, replant. The veteran fortifies the walls. That small camp? Now it's an unbreakable fortress. Survive, build, dominate. Download SLG zombie game.
Siblings, like there's no one, like literally no one. And she said that she doesn't have the funds to be able to get, to them. But have you reached out to them for, possible help? And again, where are these people that you let live with you for free? Like, where are all these other options of people? I'm very confused.
Really, that's not the proposal of my dreams. I don't know if it's anybody else's proposal, and I don't know if he was serious or not. Like, but to say like, oh, we got married because I was almost homeless is not the proposal of my dreams. It was very demeaning for him to just say that, like, oh, let's just get married then. Since you're ready to move in, let's just get married. That was very demeaning. I didn't appreciate that. I didn't like that. And I felt like that was the catalyst for me to say, even if you offered me a place to stay right now, I wouldn't even move in.
That's why he said it. That's literally the reason why he said that, because he knows that would not be an acceptable proposal for you. That's why he said it. Because he's trying to find different ways to tell you no.
Because now I feel like I've begged you for it. I don't want anything that I had to fight for. I don't want a man to do something for me because I begged him to do it. I want him to do something for me because he wants to do something for me. So if you don't have it in you, you're not my man. Maybe you're somebody else's man, but this isn't going to be for me. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Like, this is the highlight of my year because it's been horrible. It's been hard, but I thank everybody for saying nice things and backing me, because I was starting to think that maybe I was the one in the wrong and that I had unrealistic goals.
You were the one in the wrong, and you did have unrealistic goals. I'm not a yes man, okay, girl? So if you watch this video, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a yes man. I'm not gonna fan your flame. I'm not gonna, stand there and say rah rah, yes sis, I support women's rights and wrongs. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I do believe you had unrealistic goals in that relationship, and I also believe that you were wrong in trying to assume your position in somebody's home. Yes, it could have been nice for him to offer that space to you, but he did not have to feel obligated that you had to live there. And just to paint the picture even more clear, when it's the other way around, right? Like, say for instance, a woman had her own home, had a great job, owned a business, and had one or two people living in her home, helping her pay the rent, and her boyfriend fell on hard times, okay? I hope you guys are listening, and asked her if he could live with her. And she said no. Y'all be calling him all kind of names if he came on social media and was talking bad about her. Y'all would be like, oh, you a bum, figure it out, da-da-da-da, she's not your mommy. Like, that's the kind of rhetoric that you guys would have. You guys would be like, oh, he's forcing himself on her. That's not right. This is too much. He's doing the most. Like, that's what you guys would actively say. Ironically, because it's the other way around, you guys are not saying that same thing. Y'all are in support of this woman pushing herself to go live with somebody who has the right to say no. His name is on the deed of that house. He can say yes to her homegirl and no to her if he so chooses. Now, if you don't want to be in a relationship, that's cool. But to act like this is so absurd and crazy, I don't agree with it.
It's absurd.
So thanks everybody for saying that I was not asking for too much,
You were asking for too much.
and he should have been there for me.
He didn't have to be there for you.
So this has been a really humbling experience for me. This year has been the year of humbling, 2024, and hopefully we don't do this again. Cause baby, I ain't got you need to be fighting. And
There's nothing wrong. Humbling is actually a good thing. I mean, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. Maybe it's a teachable moment. Maybe there's some things that you have to learn about yourself, and it's all part of the growing process. You know, maybe this is just a process for you to grow. And the year just started. Okay, it literally just started a couple days ago.
just because I feel like now I have to, because people keep asking me like, is this a skit? Did you make this up? Now I feel like I have to show proof. The conversation that I posted in the first original story time was mostly done over the phone, but let me show you the text message that he sent me when the first message I sent him saying, can we move in together? So this is the original text message of me saying, I guess I cut off the part where I asked him, but me being like, hey, like I need to move with you, unless you don't want me. I tried to be like, I tried to be respectful. I said, unless you don't want me there, like I'll respect your boundaries. And he said, I doubt that's a good idea right now. We all have our personal space to go to when there are issues. Like I said in the original video, I prefer it that way. And then I was basically like, well, then maybe we should just start seeing other people. Because, like, at this point, I'm like, this is literally, y'all, I swear to God, I was blindsided. I literally did not think that he would say that. This is basically when he told me that the deadline that I set was self-appointed. And, yeah, it was originally my idea. But, like I said, I thought,
ditch your old gross shower head. Shower with Jolie instead. This isn't just any shower head. It is specifically designed to filter out chlorine and other impurities that can damage your hair and skin. Installation is so easy. You can choose between 5 different finishes. Plus, they offer free shipping and free 60-day returns. They include all the tools you will need to install, and the packaging is so pretty. I couldn't wait to set it up. My skin has never felt better, and my hair is so soft after using Jolie. Head to their website today to learn more.
Hi, I'm Brett.
And I'm Jonathan.
This is Darla.
And this is Buddy.
We're the founders of The Farmer's Dog.
We've made an entirely new way to feed your dog.
It all started with my first dog, Jada. I got Jada in my early 20s. It was just love at first sight. She was the most adorable, smart dog, but her stomach was just constantly a problem. Nothing seemed to help her until a vet recommended that I started home cooking for her.
All of her issues went away. Her life changed. So Brett started going down this journey of looking into what is dog food? How is it made?
Kibble can be made with ingredients that would be illegal to sell to a human for consumption, then turned into a powder using extreme heat, extruded into the brown balls we all know, and then sprayed with nutrients and palatants so the dogs will actually eat it.
We were told kibble was the best thing you could feed your dog.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Turns out it wasn't. We were told all the food was real meat and vegetables. That's also not true.
I think we all know as human beings that eating highly processed food every single meal, every single day of our lives is not ideal for our health. But pet food being highly processed was just the status quo.
So we decided, let's change it. Let's take the decades of pet food research and the understanding of what nutrients dogs need, use that, but avoid the excess processing. I think the question was, how do we make food that's fresh, healthy, and convenient, but do it for every dog across the country? That was like a tough challenge. So we thought we really need to get somebody who knows dog nutrition.
We had watched a seminar with Dr. Wachschlag, and I said to Jonathan, I was like, we need to get a guy like him.
I was like, okay, I'll call him.
To be honest with you, Jonathan called and called, and then he called again. He just said, you guys have an interesting idea, something that's revolutionary in the dog food world, and if you can pull this off, you'll have a whole new way of feeding dogs.
We ask a few questions about your dog, and we develop a personalized meal plan with the right amount of calories to keep them at a healthy weight. And our customers know that we don't look at them as just a number. We know their name, we know their dog's name, we genuinely care about their dog.
We start with meat and vegetables, gently cook them, and add all the nutrients dogs need for a complete and balanced diet. Every package of food is inspected and goes through a number of different quality controls and tests. And it's all human grade, which means it's made to the same safety standards as human food. Then we put it in a box, add the ice, and deliver it right to your door.
It's all done for you. From the moment you order your first box, you have an advocate for your dog on your side.
It's not about what we do to the food. It's about what we don't do that's creating these incredible health outcomes in so many dogs.
What started with just Jada ended up going from 1 dog to 8 dogs, to then 100 dogs, and now millions.
I just feel so lucky that Jada's legacy gets to live on in Darla and in other households all across the country.
We really believe that everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that. This is the best. I can't move now.
We had come to an agreement that we were both going to do that. This is where he admits that he agreed. He says my deadline was self-appointed, but then he says right here, I agreed that he would know my decision by then. So was it really so self-appointed if we both agreed on it? No, I don't think so, but...
No, he said, yes, it was a self-appointed deadline you set arbitrarily. Nothing wrong with setting a deadline, but own it was a deadline you set. She said, we talked about, you agreed it was reasonable, so please stop acting like I just made all these decisions within the last couple of weeks. You are not surprised, you are stalling. Yes, I agreed you would know my decision by then. I guess this is his way of giving you his decision, honey. I think this is his way of giving you that decision. He said, and no, I don't think setting a 1-year deadline to marry someone is reasonable. I actually think it is very stupid. It's actually different when an established woman has a 1-year deadline because she is not going through a lot of change and she is established, so not a lot to figure out. Every relationship progresses at a different pace. So I don't know if he's saying that basically like, it's different if you weren't going through ebbs and flows and we were at a 1 year and we were at a good place or whatever the case is, but not because you're falling on hard times means I need to rush my deadline. That's what it seems like he's saying.
Man math, apparently. So I just feel like I have to post that because people are asking me, am I making this up for clout? No. I wish I was. I really wish I was. I'm not going to post all the messages because that's our private messages between each other, and I don't hate him, so I'm not gonna post his messages, but yeah.
I don't think you don't want to post those messages because he about to put all that stuff out there. I think you don't want to post the messages because you already know the stuff that he was, when he's saying arbitrarily and stuff, like I feel like he had you like checkmate, and so that's why you don't want to post the messages. But that's just my opinion. Now, this is something I saw and wanted to bring to you guys because I thought it was very interesting. In this same sweater, okay, that woman just gave us a part 2 to this. She don't have nobody. She don't have, family members and all that. But then she posted this video that says, outfit of the day for movie night with my girls. 1, how are you able to go to the movies? Movies cost money. That's number 1. 2, what girls? And why can't you stay with them? If they can take you out to the movies, why can't they take you and put you up in the house with them? I think this whole story is absolutely wild. And again, women always support women and the decisions of women, whether it's right, wrong, indifferent, makes sense or makes no sense. Okay? But I give you guys my opinion on it. I'd love to hear your opinions on this entire situation in the comment section. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. And I will see you guys in the next one. Love you.
Your future is at your fingertips. Take advantage of the flexibility and diversity of futures trading with NinjaTrader, the #1 rated futures broker. Start trading futures today.
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available for both PC and mobile with Google Play Games. Explore the Game of Thrones universe on a larger screen and sync your progress across mobile and PC devices. And get an exclusive 15% discount with Google Play Games for a limited time only. Get started by downloading Google Play Games today.
we had come to an agreement that we were both going to do that. This is where he admits that he agreed. He says my deadline was self-appointed, but then he says right here, I agreed that you would know my decision by then. So was it really so self-appointed if we both agreed on it? No, I don't think so, but...
No, he said, yes, it was a self-appointed deadline you set arbitrarily. Nothing wrong with setting a deadline, but own it was a deadline you set. She said, we talked about, you agreed it was reasonable, so please stop acting like I just made all these decisions within the last couple of weeks. You are not surprised, you are stalling. Yes, I agreed you would know my decision by then. I guess this is his way of giving you his decision, honey. I think this is his way of giving you that decision. He said, and no, I don't think setting a 1-year deadline to marry someone is reasonable. I actually think it is very stupid. It's actually different when an established woman has a 1-year deadline because she is not going through a lot of change and she is established, so not a lot to figure out. Every relationship progresses at a different pace. So I don't know if he's saying that basically like it's different if you weren't going through ebbs and flows and we were at a 1 year and you know we were at a good place or whatever the case is, but not because you're falling on hard times means I need to rush my deadline. That's what it seems like he's saying.
You know, man math, apparently. So I just feel like I have to post that because people are asking me, am I making this up for clout? No. I wish I was. I really wish I was. I'm not going to post all the messages because that's our private messages between each other, and I don't hate him, so I'm not going to post his messages, but yeah.
I don't think you don't want to post those messages because you know he about to put all that stuff out there. I think you don't want to post the messages because you already know the stuff that he was, you know, when he's saying arbitrarily and stuff, like I feel like he had you like checkmate, and so that's why you don't want to post the messages. But that's just my opinion. Now, this is something I saw and wanted to bring to you guys because I thought it was very interesting. In this same sweater, okay, that woman just gave us a part 2 to this. She don't have nobody. She don't have, you know, family members and all that. But then she posted this video that says, outfit of the day for movie night with my girls. 1, how are you able to go to the movies? Movies cost money. That's number 1. 2, what girls? And why can't you stay with them? If they can take you out to the movies, why can't they take you and put you up in the house with them? I think this whole story is absolutely wild. And again, you know, women always support women and the decisions of women, whether it's right, wrong, indifferent, makes sense or makes no sense. Okay? But I give you guys my opinion on it. I'd love to hear your opinions on this entire situation in the comment section. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up, and I will see you guys in the next one. Love you.
Powerball is trying to censor this video before more people discover the loophole that has already helped my husband.
Story time on when I flew to another state to meet this young lit girl that's lit on the internet. And to me, I felt like he was like, what's cat?
So now, like, I'm not saying she ugly. I'm not taking that from her at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, she not the, like, what she looked like on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? So it caught me off guard. That was throwing me off, though, that she didn't look the same. And then you got to ask me, like, oh, yeah, have I ever gave my behind ate? You threw me all the way off. You get what I'm saying? So now I'm just like, nah, hell no. She won't be seeing me at all. You get what I'm saying?
What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I'm back again with another video. Now, again, okay, I was just scrolling through the wonderful world of TikTok, and foolishness just dropped right into my lap. Okay? This is something that happens on a constant basis because women are constantly going onto TikTok and telling too much of their business, embarrassing themselves, humiliating themselves, putting themselves out there for the world to see, in hopes that they are going to get support from the sisterhood, cheering them on as they are doing foolishness. Now, in this particular situation, this woman decided that she was going to expose this man that flew her out, and it ended up backfiring for her miserably. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press play, then I'm going to pause and play and give you guys my thoughts and my opinion on this entire situation.
Story time on when I flew to another state to meet this young lit that's lit on the internet. And to me, I felt like he was like was cat. So yeah, I met him on the internet. I was in Bahamas like the beginning of January for my son. I'm sorry, the beginning of February for my son's birthday or whatever. And he DM'd me on Instagram like, need you. So I'm like, oh, I've been trying to get you me or whatever like that. So he like, you know, whatever.
Okay, I'm not going to pause it too much because I need you guys to hear the story. But whenever you see a woman refer to a man as the N-word, I mean, just know like what kind of woman you're getting. Like what the gamble is. Like if she's not saying my man, you know, my king, my whatever, when a woman, you know, refers to her man as the N-word, you already know that you're going to get some drama, some ratchet stuff or whatever the case is. But she said that he DM'd her, like trying to holler at her, and she said, I've been trying to give you me. Again, let's just keep in mind, she doesn't know this person. She's only seen him on the internet.
We gonna exchange numbers or what? So I'm like, yeah, because like, you know, he's some fine. I love dark skin. And when I say he's some fine, or whatever like that. So on the internet, like, you know, he got 2 watches, big Cardi, 6 cars, supposedly own his house, and he youngest or whatever. Like that. Dressed nice, always designer down, like always posting mad money, etc.
So she likes the image of him. She likes the idea of him. She likes, you know, again, what he looks like, the cars he drives, the clothes that he wears. Like, she likes the idea. Does she know him? No. But this just goes to show you the stage that we're in, where a lot of these younger women, you know, not even younger. I can't even say younger, right? A lot of these women with this modern mindset, you know, they have the idea of what he looks like. And just because of the image that this man posts on social media, whether it's real or not, whether it's true or not, she had already made a mental note that she was ready to give this man her body based on the image. So whenever we have the conversations about nice guys finish last or nice guys getting the brunt of the steak, it's the truth. Because here this man is not exuding anything but looks and fashion. And he already is getting, you know, a swipe yes. Then you have a guy who's trying to court women the proper way, meets up with women like this, and they make that guy put out the red carpet for them when this guy did nothing but slide into a DM and she was already ready.
So, you know, like, that's my type. I love me a hug, get money. Good. So he asked for my number or whatever like that. So I gave him my number, and like he texted me. And I'm not gonna lie, like it was little signs that I didn't like. Like, if you know I'm on vacation with my kids, like I remember I posted my drink or whatever, and I didn't text him right back. And he was on my phone like, oh, you see me text you or whatever, but you posting. Like that right there was like you only have my number for like 20 minutes, like chill out. But I let him slide. So we planned to see each other or whatever like this, like whatever like that on this Saturday. That's it, this Saturday, right?
Whatever like this, whatever like that.
And we planned for me to come Valentine's Day weekend or whatever. And he really was on some, like he was like, oh, come whatever, what day, what time, it don't even matter. Like whenever you could come, just come. So I chose that weekend because I'm free every other weekend for my kids. They go with their dad or whatever like that. So that was my free weekend. So I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I thought he was a fake page at first or whatever like that because it just was like too good to be true. So we were only text, and like he'll tell me to FaceTime him, but by the time I FaceTime him or whatever, he not answering. Now he got an excuse or he don't FaceTime back. So I started thinking like I'm gonna get catfish if I go down here. So I told him, I'm like, look, this Wednesday, like the Wednesday before Friday. So I'm like, FaceTime me before Friday or I'm not coming.
I'm trying to figure out, right, how a lot of these women have this idea of getting flown out and ain't no problem, you know, it's cool, we gonna meet up. I've seen him on social media, so that must mean that this person is trustworthy. I don't understand the logic. You don't even know if you're getting catfished, and so 2 or 3 days prior to you actually going to another state to meet this stranger from the internet, You decide to ask him to FaceTime you so that you can make sure he is who you really think he is. Mind you, just because he looks the same or just because that person appears on the phone still does not mean that that's the person that you're going to meet. Number one. Number two, this is a stranger from the internet that you are going to another state to go spend time with. This is strange. There was no buildup. This was a couple weeks or a week or whatever the case is, and then boom. I would behoove a lot of these other women not to do this. That is dangerous.
So now he got all that energy. He FaceTime me, etc. I got him on the phone. Before you really couldn't, like, he'd just be texting and shit. So he FaceTime me. He was real. Looked the same. Looked good as...
What if one simple chew could turn constant itching into complete comfort? This is what would happen if you gave your dog a Porphy allergy and immune chew every day for 2 weeks. Within hours, you'll see it.
I'm like, oh yeah, I'm ready, etc. So Friday come and we talk, and I'm like, you know, like, you ready? Like, I'm at the nail salon. I'm like, you ready? Like, I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to meet you, etc. So he like, yeah, or whatever like that. But I feel like his energy was a little off because he was more excited days before. So I'm like, you good, love? Like, you okay? Because I'm like, I feel like your energy is like kind of off. Like, you're not excited as you was. So he's like, oh, I just found out I got to get my daughter or whatever today. Mind you, it's the day I leave. Like, I'm leaving at 10 p.m. at night to land. I think my flight would land like 12:48 a.m. originally. So I'm like, yo, I took our work for this or whatever, and I already checked into the flight. And he's like, well, what's the issue? Nobody didn't tell you not to come. Like, you can still come. I'm good. I'm gonna just get a sitter.
You taking off work is not his problem. Okay? You missing out on whatever it is, that's not his problem. You decided, okay? You had your big girl panties on and decided that it made sense for you to fly to another state, miss making your own bag at work, miss whatever things that you have to do to go meet this stranger on the internet. Then the day of, you were still in your hometown, and you said you felt a funny energy and your flight did not leave until 10 p.m. and you still decided to get on that plane?
If anything, her and the sitter just stay at my house and we could just get a room. So I'm like, you know what? All right, that's cool. I'm all for that. Or whatever the case may be. So I still go. Like, I get my nails and I run to the mall. I get everything I need. I pack my... And I tell him, like, all right, I'm going to land at this time. I go to the airport. Mind you, y'all, I'm rushing because I'm always in last minute. I get to the airport. I board the flight. Or whatever like that. So before I boarded the flight, he texted me this hotel, like Signa or something. It's like one of the best hotels in Atlanta. So I tried to book the hotel online, but everything was booked up. So I told him, I'm like, look, everything booked up because it's Valentine's Day weekend. So he like, nah, you got to call. So I called and like everything was booked. Like literally it was no hotel. So he like, well, find whatever you can find and just book it. And I'm going to get you from the airport. So I'm like, you know, what's your budget? So he like, what you mean? I'm like, what's your budget? Like, I'll book the room. But when I land, I expect to get my money back or whatever like that. So I'm on the plane, y'all. The plane done took off. So like, oh, the least you could do is pay for the room. So I'm like, huh? So this when a mishap coming. Because I get it, okay, we supposed to stay at your house originally, but then your child came into play. So now we gotta go stay somewhere else, which is cool. Because I think a hotel is better anyway, because you don't know me and I don't know you.
You don't know him, he don't know you. Why are you there? If you don't know him, he don't know you. Why are you on a plane to go see this person? You don't know him, he don't know you. Why are you planning intimacy with a stranger? Like, there's a lot of you don't know me, I don't know you things that could have prevented this situation from even occurring.
And it's more safer, I feel like. So he like, yeah, like you can pay for the room. I'm gonna fund the rest of the trip. Baby, you a whole scammer. You think I'm paying for a month for you to come? So he all like, yo, I feel like you could pay for something. I'm funding the rest of the trip or whatever the case may be. Yo, so we start arguing or whatever like that. So then the plane land and I'm like, you really arguing over a $300-something hotel, but you scamming. You hitting all these licks, all this big money you posting. I mean, like $20,000-$30,000. You can't book a $300 hotel. And I just felt like if you brought me to your city, you should make sure I'm good. Like if you came to my city and something happened, I'm going to correct it before you get there. I'm going to figure this out. Because I mean, why wouldn't I? Like, it don't make sense. I didn't ask to come there. You wanted to come. Now, I agree we wanted to see each other, but still, like, what? So when I landed, arguing, going all back and forth, I'm like, listen, cancel your sitter, stay home with your kid, go ahead and buy. I'm cool. Like, I ain't even link you no more, etc. Yeah, it was like, oh, you must be coming to come see another. So what? I took off from my job, stopped one of my business to come see you. And you talking about another? That's your response? Yeah, he kept arguing. I couldn't believe it because I'm like, bro, like if you getting all this money and you got all this motion, all this going on, like $300 is nothing.
It is. It's a lot for a stranger. Okay, that's a lot of money for somebody that you don't even know if you like. Okay, that's a lot of money for somebody who is of no connection to you. That's a lot of money for somebody who you talk to on Instagram and now all of a sudden it's a whole event. Like, that's a lot. Stop acting like that $300 is not a lot of money to spend for somebody or in general.
So I'm like, if I book this hotel, you can't come. So that's what I did. I booked the hotel, and shout out to that Spirit flight attendant because he stayed in that airport with me and found me a hotel, y'all. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had nowhere to stay, like at all. But I booked that hotel, y'all, and I left that red.
Why is Amazon paying me $600 a day? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before. I just created some simple digital products. Then I put them up on Amazon, and it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made $14, and I was like, oh my goodness, this actually works. Hi, I'm Carla Marie, and the coolest part is Amazon puts over 300 million customers just a click away. So age, experience, qualifications, none of it matters. I want to share my full system with you, but obviously this is an ad, so I'm hosting a free workshop where I walk you through my system step by step. This system has transformed my life and has sprinkled a little magic in the lives of hundreds of other people. Now, I hate workshops that are so slow and boring that they send you to sleep, so I made sure that this workshop moves fast and that it's fun, exciting, and informative. That said, if you love face-to-face selling, don't click on this ad. You see, with this, you never need to talk to anyone or push products on people. So this definitely isn't a good fit for someone with a salesy personality type. However, if you want to learn a low-key way to potentially make some extra money working from home that can cover some important bills and help you enjoy more fun trips, don't wait. Click anywhere around this video and watch the free workshop now. Discover how we create reliable streams of semi-passive income without complex websites, unneeded stress, or huge startup costs. You'll even get 3 valuable bonuses just for watching. We've designed these bonuses to help you succeed with this as fast as possible. I can't promise this training will be free forever, so watch it now. Could this be the stepping stone you need to start living the kind of life you've only dreamed of? There's only one way to find out. So click now, watch the training, claim your bonuses. You'll be glad you did. I'll see you on the other side.
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available on both PC and mobile with Google Play Games. Explore the Game of Thrones universe on a larger PC screen and earn Google Play points for every purchase you make on PC. Download Google Play Games today.
Like, I stopped responding, and I just made it into a solo trip, but I still was just, like, mad because I trip. Like, Atlanta cool, we used to do that for New Year's, but, like, just to go and spend that much money, it was just, like, I could have went somewhere else. Like, that was kind of crazy. So, me personally, I just feel like his lifestyle got to be kept because I done dealt with some big money, rich, like, that's running businesses to get legit money. I done dealt with a rapper, I'm not going to say who the is because he is a big rapper that y'all listen to every single day. And People money ain't complaining. They're not doing all that. Like, I'm telling you, they're not doing all that. Like, when you come see them, they have everything into play. Everything booked, itinerary set up, all that. Like, it ain't making sense. So, to me, his life was just cat.
Is it that his life was just cap, or is it that he was maybe no longer interested? Because if you were saying that you got some kind of census the same day you were supposed to be flying, shouldn't that have like been in your mind, like, you know what, maybe I shouldn't go nowhere? Before I end up having to spend more money, before I have to dig myself out of a situation, before I have to be with a flight attendant in the airport trying to figure out where I'm going to sleep at night, maybe I should just stay home and let it be what it is. But no, you were, obviously very, no shade, no disrespect, but it seemed very, desperate to go and meet this person that you thought was just so, irresistible and fine and attractive and all these things. And so you put yourself in a precarious situation in the hopes that you would possibly build some kind of connection or at least be intimate with this stranger from the internet that you think is just, God's gift to mankind.
And I never, to be honest, I never really seen him go out and do nothing or anything like that. Like, he not in the mall blowing no money. Like, he ain't no...
How you know? You don't know him. Of course you never seen him do that, because you never seen him do anything else because he's a stranger. Like, I don't understand.
5-star restaurants, like, he really don't be doing nothing. Like, he might go skate or something, but like, other than that, like, that nigga be really doing the money he's supposed to have. Like, you got all this motion, you would think he'd be tripping, like something. Like, nah, he not doing none of that. So
what if he's saving his money? What if he's investing his money? Like, what if he is being responsible and deciding, like, to live beneath his means? Like, again, you wouldn't know any of this situation because, again, you don't know him. Okay? He's a stranger from the internet. And what she's trying to allude to is the fact that, it was all this, and he posts this lifestyle that he's supposed to be, rolling in the dough, and he have all this money and he has all these resources and all that. And she's saying that she feels like it's a facade for the internet and it's not true. And that's not who he really is. That's her whole plight in this situation.
So me personally, the life is cat. And I was just mad because I felt like, damn, like, I flew here to see you and this happened. Never doing it again. And then his excuse was,
as you shouldn't. As you should not.
Well, you knew what I had going on and you still came. You never told me not to come. When I checked in with you and we spoke, you told me to still come. It wasn't an issue. And you was going to get a sitter. Like, what? That don't even make sense. Like, make it make sense. I would have said, home. I'm not that pressed to see no, like, bitch, I get, it's like, what?
Here's the thing. You said that you're not so pressed to see a man, but at the end of the day, you felt the vibe off and you decided to still go. That seems like a little pressed. It does. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It is giving pressed. Because, if you were not so pressed at the slightest inconvenience, you would have stayed home. You did not do that.
Be for real. I was just upset at the fact that you still allowed me to come or whatever like that, knowing that you was going to do that or whatever the case may be. And I'm not saying he lying about getting his kid, because just do that. Like, to know it's a Valentine's Day week or something going on and be like, oh yeah, you not, I'm going to stick him with the kid because I don't want him to be with no other. So it do be like that, but still, like, come on, yo. Like, I don't live down the street. I live in another state. I flew there.
I ain't gonna lie, like, you really don't let me get in the hang of it for real. Because now I got it figured out so I can go ahead and do these little, you get what I'm saying? So look, right, now we just gonna piggyback off of the whole... All
right, before we get into the story, this is the man in question, okay, who decided to now come on the internet and explain his side. Now, the first thing that confused me a little bit, and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, this woman was, going over, gushing over the fact that this man was so dark-skinned and she loved dark-skinned guys. Is this dark skin? I'm confused because this is not what I would consider dark skin. Okay, so that's already red flag in the story because I don't know what she was seeing or what kind of image she had in her mind of this man. Again, I don't know if it's a space of, the illusion of the picture she created of him. She made it to be something different, but this is, to me, it's not giving dark skin, but y'all can correct me in the comments. That's neither here nor there. Let's continue.
She said some
Coffee, $2. Lottery ticket, $2. Slice of pizza, $2. Gum, also $2. Fresh real dog food? Starting at as low as $2 a day, you get fresh, human-grade food that's pre-portioned, developed by on-staff, board-certified veterinary nutritionists, delivered right to your door, and comes with 24/7 customer support, all for your dog. What's the best thing you've spent $2 on?
What it is, oh yeah, he got mad with me because I was out of town and texting my kids and all that, like, whatever that's supposed to be about. Anywho, that ain't got nothing to do with nothing at all, you get what I'm saying? Fast forward to these messages, you get what I'm saying? Now look, now check this out. She say like, I supposed to pay for a hotel, or we argued about a hotel or some money, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what really pissed me off. Like, that's what made me even get into this whole little, you did anyway, you feel me? Now, that's my whole thing. Now, I done made it clear that I was getting my daughter Friday. You know what I'm saying? I let her know at 4 p.m. on Friday, like, okay, well, I'm getting my daughter and I'm gonna have her for the weekend, or the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Now, your flight don't leave until 11 o'clock, whatever the case may be. Your flight don't leave until 11 o'clock at night. Now, by your flight don't leave at 11 o'clock tonight, meaning like, okay, Will, I ain't really trying to be mean to you, but like, I'm gonna give you all the signs. Well, for this, all right, Will, I just told you my daughter coming. I done already let you know, like, beforehand. I'm not bringing nobody around my daughter. Like, it ain't none of that type of shit, especially no stranger. Like, it ain't none of that going on. I got too much respect for myself, you know what I'm saying, my daughter mama and my daughter alone. People be having weird intentions as kids, whatever. Now, so if I'm letting you know this already on some, like, you feel me? It ain't none of that going on. Then off rip, you, like, you feel me? You should have either not even got your ass on the flight for one, because your flight didn't leave until 11 o'clock later on that night. I told you at 4 o'clock. You try to tell me like, oh yeah, I already checked in my flight. Checking in your flight don't mean nothing at all. You know why? Because you still can cancel or like whatever. It don't matter. I don't, like, you know what I'm saying? I know for a fact you can cancel your flight, reservation, whatever, get a refund, whatever. So I let her know, like, you feel me? It's a possible chance that I can get a, you know what I'm saying? It's a possibility that I can get a babysitter. But like, that one never 100%, you feel me? Like,
no, this is where you were wrong, sir. Sir, this is where you were wrong. Because at the end of the day, this was the other woman's decision to come over there. I 100% see that. However, you alluding to the fact or giving her mixed signals on purpose so that she did not come is not the same thing as just going ahead and telling her at 4 o'clock, you know what, you might as well not come. It's not going to work out. I'm sorry to cancel last minute. Situations change. Whatever the case is, it's over. That's it. I'm going to keep it real. You were the alluding to it's not a good idea, and I was sending her mixed signals so that she changed her mind and she didn't come, but then saying you're going to get a babysitter, that's not the right thing to do, because you could have easily told this woman, you know what, don't come. You could have been straight up with her like, hey, this is what it is. This is the situation. You might as well not come. It's not going to work out. We're not going to get to see each other. Yada, 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 and free.
regardless of me getting a babysitter or not, right? I never, ever was staying in no hotel for one. Like, you're a stranger. You get what I'm saying? I was not doing no that. You a stranger. I don't even know you for real. And you too thirsty. Like, you throwing me off for real. You too thirsty. You know what I'm saying? Now, cool. Now, in the mix of all that, right? Okay, she get her. Now, she get her. She go on the plane like, oh yeah, she had to get her a room and like that, whatever the case may be. Because of the simple fact, I get to ask her, like, okay, well, what you finna do as far as in like hotel wise? You know what I'm saying? Like,
hold on a second. Before we continue, I just thought about this. This woman is going into a different city to go meet this strange man that she never ever saw before, and is flying into the city at 11 o'clock at night. Can we just talk about this? The red flags are flying. The sirens are going off. Because why is it that you would fly in, even if you're flying in to meet a stranger? That's already horrible, okay? I would already advise against that. But not only that, you're flying in to go meet this person in the middle of the night.
I'm gonna help you look for a hotel, like GT, you know what I'm saying? But like, you should be already under the impression, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you not to come for real, because it's something I gotta let you know I got my daughter. If I'm telling you like, okay, well, he got his daughter, and you can't, he not bringing you around his daughter, me, my daughter, this, you know what I'm saying? She gonna be here with me. So she gonna be here with me, then that means you can't be here at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't none of that going on. Cool, long story short, whatever the case may be, she ended up paying for her own flight, you feel me? She ended up paying for her own hotel, or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? She's mad, or whatever the case may be, but...
This is, okay, he called her thirsty. No offense, no shade. I would have to agree. Okay? I would have to agree. I was under the impression that she got flued out. Okay? You know, I know that's not how we, you know, that's not grammatically correct. But that's how everybody say that, oh, you know, this guy, he flew me out. I was about to get flued out. You know, I was under the impression that he bought her plane ticket and told her to come to him, and then basically stood her up or whatever the situation was, and she had to get a hotel. Now, this is bringing more context to the story.
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available on both PC and mobile with Google Play Games. Experience the Game of Thrones universe on a larger PC screen. And carve your legend in the Seven Kingdoms with enhanced mouse and keyboard controls. Earn Google Play points for every purchase you make on PC. Get started by downloading Google Play Games today.
Oh, ladies, skin thirsting for more? Visibly improve your skin with Olay Body Wash.
Okay, so the word thirsty that he used, I would have to agree. You took off of work, you bought your own plane ticket, and decided that you was going to, you know, knock on his doorstep to hopefully meet this man that you were gushing over and are still gushing over of how attractive he is, how handsome he is, how perfect he is, you know, in your eyes, the image of how much you love the way that he looks and stuff like that. It is giving thirsty. It is. I just got to keep it real.
My thing is, look, right now, she never not once said like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pay for the hotel, but when I land, give me the money. What? The first thing I told her was, find something that you can afford. You feel me? Like, find something you can afford, whatever in your budget. Like, you know what I'm saying? So they ain't about no $300 or no hotel or nothing like that. We never argued about no hotel because I made it clear, like clear as day. Like, okay, well, I'm not sleeping in no hotel. Why not sleep in a hotel? I got a house. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just worried about your well-being. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's already them at 1 o'clock in the morning when you land. You got to have somewhere to sleep at. I don't want you to sleep in the airport or no shit. You feel me? Cool. Now, she get all that done or whatever the case may be. She act like she got an attitude out of this world.
So this is the impression I'm getting from his conversation, right? His conversation is that basically he was trying to tell her not to come in ways in which I believe, again, that he should not have done that. He should have been very vocal of the fact that he does not want her to come there, just being straight up. But it sounds like he was trying to throw signals out there, and basically she wasn't taking no for an answer. All the signals he was throwing out there, she was finding divots of how upset she would be that she's not going to be able to come. And so he's like, all right, fine, you're going to come, whatever the case is, we'll figure it out when you get here. Then he lets her know, like, you're going to have to sleep in a hotel, you're going to have to do this, you're going to have to do that. And so she's obliging, like, okay, fine, I'll do this, I'll do that. Again, he used the word thirsty. She's doing that in hopes that she's going to meet him, see him, hang out with him, sleep with him, whatever the case is, you know, whatever it is that she's looking for. And then he's like, okay, you know what? Obviously, it's the middle of the night. I'm not heartless. I still want to make sure that you're going to be okay. And she's upset because, again, she's in the space of trying to find somewhere to sleep. And that's not what she wanted to do. She wanted to stay with him.
She really was on some, like, selfish, like, on some, like, she thought I was going to put her before my daughter type. Like, oh, yeah, well, we had plans and what the, like, I don't know who you is. Don't nobody come before my daughter. You feel me? Now, mind you, like, okay, so That was that whole Friday. Now look, I still text her on Saturday just to make sure like she was good, she was safe. Because at the end of the day, you're not from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? You're not from Atlanta at all. I'm not from Atlanta at all. But like, it was just cold that night. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh yeah, are you okay? You know, on some like checking up on her type. You feel me? See, oh yeah, I had found a room. You know, nothing like everything was regular for real. Now, the shit really went left for real that Saturday when it came to the point where it is. She got to text me all like extra thirsty. You got breath mints and like numbing spray. You know what I'm saying? That's shit new to me. You know what I'm saying? All right, okay. All right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Brush that off. And then you got to ask me, oh yeah, have I ever gave my behind? I don't know if TikTok gonna like blur it out or some shit because of that. Hold on, what the f? This lady's throwing me off now.
I don't care what happened. Okay? I don't care what happened. I don't care if this guy bamboozled you. I don't care if he told you to come there and promised you the moon, the stars, and the rain. I don't care if this man was offering to pay all of your bills for the next month if you decided to buy your own plane ticket and go on there. That's your own business. That's your own foolishness. That's your own fault. Okay? How are you on the internet trusting a stranger? That don't make no sense. That's foolishness on your part. And on your part, I'm talking to the young woman in this situation. That is foolishness. You are old enough. You have kids. You must have some kind of mentality to know that is very foolish of you, which I believe she already said that she probably wouldn't do this again, which I don't know if that's true or not. But you have common sense to know that you cannot trust somebody else. And if you have a vibe that something is off, that is what you should go with, not the words of a stranger. Okay? But what this man is saying, if what this man is saying is true, you were offering, this woman was talking about throat spray and cough drops, offering her throat services to this stranger, and then asking him if he ever had any kind of situation going on with his bottom. You embarrass yourself, lady. Like, the internet would not have known this much stuff about you if you did not try to come on the internet and shame this man for not spending time with you when you decided to pick up, buy your plane ticket, and go over to meet this stranger. None of this would have happened. Okay? None of this would have happened. And again, how humiliating. The problem is that a lot of these women, these modern women with this modern mentality, don't even have no shame, as they should. Nobody should know this amount of details of your intimate life. And the only reason why it's exposed is because you decided to bring it to the internet. So he decided to, bring the thing from the courtroom, and boom, case closed. The jury has commenced, and we believe that he is accurate in his description of you, quote unquote, being thirsty. We do not believe you talking about, I'm not desperate. I don't need to go over there for no man. I get men. Sounds crazy to me. You offering your services even after you got there and this man did not pick you up from the airport and you did not see him at all, period, point blank, and you were still trying to lure him to you, gives thirsty. I'm sorry. That's the truth.
You throwing me off. You throwing me all the way off. You get what I'm saying? So now I'm just like, nah, hell no. She won't be seeing me at all. You get what I'm saying? I'm not finna link up with you. I'm not finna have sex with you. It ain't none of that going on. Like, I'm cool on it. I'm straight on it. Now, mind y'all, it would never ever be a storyline. It wouldn't be a story time. It wouldn't be none of that. You know why? If I pulled up to see her at that hotel, had I had sex with her, any of that, I'm saying, if any of that went her way as far as in like sexual intercourse, she would have never made a story time. You get what I'm saying? Now, mind you, like, she was scamming me on some like, hold on, don't be saying no shit like that to be like, you scam me for real, some like, like, hold on, you been a little bit too thirsty. You feel me? No, my whole thing is
Problem solved. Fiverr's got talented freelancers for anything we need.
The team kept growing their business with Fiverr freelancers handling a variety of tasks. Sam was promoted after introducing Fiverr into their workflow. And Eric? Well, he got fired after overfeeding the boss's fish. Hire a freelancer today and start your own success story.
What I love most about Clear Choice, they made me feel so comfortable. I'm beautiful now.
On top of you being a little bit too thirsty, right? I mean, on top of her being a little too thirsty, right?
This man he can't even say too thirsty. He gotta say too. Like, he gotta let you guys know the amount that he feel like it was overly enough. Like, it was way too much stuff going on. And this is something that I said in a recent video, where it's like, you know, these women, they feel like, oh, you know, offering it all, it gives off crazy. It gives off desperation. It gives off, what's wrong with you that you are trying to lure me into the situation? Like, why can't you just play it cool? What's the problem? That's what the energy is giving.
Just like, all right, okay, whatever. You feel me? Like, now mind y'all, rewind. We was texting it like, probably like a week and a half. I want to say we probably was texting for like a week and a half, for real. You know what I'm saying? Man, I ain't never been on the phone at all. Like, never been on the phone.
A week and a half. And this girl said, I've been ready to give myself to you. I think that's what she said in the beginning. A week and a half. Throat spray and cough drops after a week and a half.
No, we get on FaceTime for the first time. You feel me? It was like a 3-minute call or something like that. But when I first get on the phone, I got my face in the camera. She got her face in the camera. But she got on like these clear glasses. Now, when I say stop playing, put your face in the camera, you know? I don't know if that like rubbed to the wrong way, but I'm just in my head like, this not the same person that I was just looking at on Instagram. You feel me? So now, like, I'm not saying she ugly. I'm not taking that from her at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, she not the, like, what she looked at, like, on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? So it caught me off guard. So now I'm really just trying to, like, rush her off the phone for real. But, like, I'm giving her a cold shoulder to the point where it is, like, damn, you're not getting the memo? Like, I shouldn't have to say, like, okay, well, woo, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I'm really giving you a cold shoulder. Like, I'm like.
No, you have to say it. That's why I disagree. You do have to say it, because in this day and age, these women will ignore whatever it is that you're saying. Like, you know, in the days of growing where women had shame, you can allude to something and they're going to pick it up quick because they don't want to be embarrassed. They're like, you're not about to embarrass me or humiliate me. You're not about to make me feel like you don't want me. You're not going to do that to me. And that was then. Now, when these women have no shame, you have to spell it out. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Okay? No, don't come. That's it. I'm not interested. Period. Because anything that you're not saying, even if you're being rude, nasty, mean, disrespectful, they still think all plans are a go.
You know what, like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, that was throwing me off, though, that she didn't look the same. You know what I'm saying? So after that, the conversation went, like, blank. She texted me that Friday, like, hey, love, are you okay? Ooh. And I tell her, she like, am I still coming? Ooh. I didn't respond to no other question, but am I okay? I told her I'm good. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm good. But I was dull as hell with her. You feel me? But I'm going to just show y'all all this shit. I got to post all this.
So he did end up actually showing the text messages for us to read to ourselves. So, of course, you know, I'm going to pop it up on the screen so you guys can see it. So he says, you right, I hate small talk. Let me know when you're in Atlanta. Then I don't know what the message is because it looks like it's covered and it says something that way it can be resolved one way or the other. Maybe it says, I'm not 100% sure. She says, yes, I agree. So when I'm in Atlanta, I'll hit you. This is Monday. Okay, this is the Monday. She's supposed to be there the Friday. And she said, when I'm in Atlanta, I'll hit you like I'm ever just in Atlanta, crying face. Then she said, I booked it. My cousin got me scared. LOL, she's screaming, you don't even know him. The cousin is right, okay? You should have listened to your cousin. You should have listened to your cousin. Can the cousin come forward? What else did you say to her? As a cousin, sometimes you need to, you know, I'm not a violent person. I don't agree with violence. But this cousin should have backhanded you. Okay, and took your phone and said, are you done? You're not doing this. Then he says, what she think? I'm gonna do something to you or something? Then she says, LOL, yeah. She's telling me stories of people going to see people and one girl, just foolishness. And then he said, WTF. Now, again, based on his story, he talked to her on FaceTime, I think he said the Wednesday, right? And so this was before he actually saw her and felt like she did not look like her images and felt like she looked a little different, felt like she was a catfish, okay? This is prior to that.
It's not a VR headset. It's not an AI filter. It's the sharpest, clearest, most vivid way to see the real world. This is the world as it's meant to be seen.
Then this is the next message. He says, are you okay? She says, this is her already being in Atlanta. And she says, hey, I feel a lot better, still a little upset, but just happy to finally have a room. It's not my norm, but was all I could find. He said, good thing is you're okay. I was trying to stay up, but after I put her to sleep, it was done for. Saturday the next day. She said, I just really wanted to meet you, I guess, but I learned from every situation. That's why I'm so calm. I really just hate wasting my time for real. I think anybody would. When I go home, we probably will never talk again. I know you probably don't care, but I really had faith in this whole thing. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Faith in what? That you were going to meet this stranger and you guys were going to run off into the sunset and everything was going to be perfect? Are you insane? Okay? What were you building your hopes and dreams on? What he looks like on social media? That don't make no sense. Again, where's the cousin? Where's the cousin at? Next message says, it's not even your fault. You did what you were supposed to, but I ain't going to never forget this. I thought about it and I do want to meet you. Are you going to link me? Can you still? Then this is a picture of something in a sprayer bottle and breast strips. And she said, this is the only pic you need. LOL, you get it? He says, I got a picture, but I don't know what that is. She said, really? LOL, that's sore throat spray and breast strips. He said, you got a sore throat? She said, that was for me to give you top. This don't make no sense. Okay? Again, how did we get here? You decided that you were going to try to humiliate somebody's lifestyle and call them cap, and you were going to put this man in his place and try to humiliate and embarrass him, and this man came loaded with receipts. When this woman was asked for her receipts, she said that she can't get them she can't get them because something happened with her phone.
I'm doing everything I can to get my text messages. I just talked to this IT guy, and I'm hoping he can get them back. Because yesterday I tried everything. AT&T, Apple, iCloud.
When she was asked about the text message in question, this is what she had to say.
I suck. Period. I don't need no sore throat spray, none of that I bought it because I'm not going to lie. I was going to kill him off the bone. I was going to do him in. I sure was. I'm honest. I was being funny. He asked me for a full body pic or whatever. And I said, this is the only pic that you need. Do you know what this for? And he said, what, you got a sore throat? And I said, no. And I explained to him what it was for. And then I said to him, if you don't know what that is, you never had.
And that's why I say a lot of these women with this modern mindset have no shame. They have no shame. They think it's cute, cool. What you just did was put your services out there for anybody who is willing. So now men know that all they have to do is fly you out and spend a little bit of money on you. And this is the package that you come with. And you're okay with that. As somebody with kids. This is wild to me. Now, allegedly, this one woman came out and decided to, come to the front of the conversation and basically say that she was the one who was with him this weekend. Now, I don't know if this is this is something that was actually true or not, but this woman came forward and basically said that he said that he had his daughter. He actually didn't have his daughter. He had another woman there, and she was the other woman that was there.
And this was my flight, February 13th. Right?
to February 16th. Like, so I go, everything cool, everything perfect.
Now, again, I don't know if that story is true. I don't know if she thought this was an opportunity to introduce herself to the front of the conversation because everybody is going viral. I'm not 100% sure, but we're going to find out. But all I know is that it don't matter. It don't matter if he had somebody else there. It don't matter if nobody was there. It don't matter if he really did have his daughter. None of that matters. What matters is, as a woman, you are meeting you see this stranger in the image of what they are on social media, and you decide that that's enough to give your body to them. You decide to pay for your own way to go fly to go meet this stranger in the middle of the night. And you see nothing wrong with that. It's crazy. And again, I think this young man is also crazy because he should have told her no. He should have just told her straight up what it was. Nope, I don't want to see you there. Whatever the case is, because and in him not doing that, it led to her embarrassment. Okay, foolishness. Foolishness. I'd like to know what you guys think about this in the comment section down below. I know it was crazy and lengthy, but y'all had to hear all the information just like I had to hear it. Okay? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. And I will see you guys in the next one. Love you.